Havoc generally holds the advantage with a 61% head-to-head win rate, and honestly, it feels weird to see him trailing given how consistently he's handled this matchup in the past. Let's see if Aster can keep the pressure high. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Aster entered today with a great rhythm, having picked up 3 straight wins. Everything is completely equal now. We've got a dead heat after 4 rounds. He's showing why he's cruised through most of his recent series. Aster's finally pulled ahead, leading 3-2. He's looking extremely sharp after those 2 wins against Mist and Ignis yesterday. Havoc just clawed back to tie it up at 3-all. The number 10 seed isn't letting the door close just yet. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster had a strong start, but Havoc is starting to look like the more dangerous player now. Aster isn't letting Havoc breathe out there. He really punished that ramp position to keep things level. He's been incredibly consistent across the board lately. Aster maintains a slim edge as we hit 5-4. His confidence is skyrocketing after sweeping 3 matches yesterday. Absolutely effortless! He's just completely taken over this match. He's showing a lot of poise for the slightly lower rated player here. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic scramble to keep things tight heading into the break. Havoc barely kept his composure there. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, we expected Havoc to hold his ground, and so far he's doing just that. Aster is clearly making his high map win rate count, but it's a toss-up going into the second. Fresh start for both of them. Aster takes a 1-round lead as we open the half. He is certainly playing up to that high map percentage. Back to a deadlock as Havoc levels it 7-7. This is exactly the kind of struggle we've seen in their long history together. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now. He's starting to pull away with a bit of a cushion. And just like that, Aster brings it back to 8-all. His win rate over his career is definitely reflecting in the poise he's showing. Wow, what a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left. That's his superior map record starting to manifest. He just completely shut that down. That's a 3rd straight round for Aster. The momentum is swinging heavily towards the lower rated player. Havoc answers back immediately with a clean exchange, keeping the deficit at a single round. Perfectly balanced once more. Havoc and Aster are locked at 10. He's showing the grit of that 10th spot on the ladder. These rounds are getting quicker and quicker. These two are just reacting on pure instinct now. We're looking at an absolute toss-up here. Whoever can find that one small gap in the other's defense will take the map. He just needs one more. Aster puts himself in the driver's seat. The underdog is really playing his heart out tonight. Absolutely incredible. He survives by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. He just couldn't close the door when it mattered, but he fought until the very last second. That's a massive statement win for the number 14 seed. What a fight! Aster had the faster reaction time there, punishing Mist for staying on the ramp. Aster holds a significant head-to-head advantage with over 270 total round wins in this rivalry. That historical dominance seems to be weighing on Mist early in this series. He'll need to find some confidence quickly to avoid a landslide. Aster is cruising now, leading 3 rounds to 1. The higher rated player is making this look easy. Things are tightening up here, as we've got a very close battle on our hands. He's really stepping up to challenge that higher seed. We're completely locked in a deadlock at 3 apiece. He's certainly not letting that rank gap define this particular set. Absolute control from Mist now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. It's a surprising turnaround from the last time they met on Red Line. Aster is lightning fast here, putting an immediate end to that run. This reflects that stellar 80% run he's been on lately. Aster barely maintains that slim 1-round lead. He's showing a lot of confidence coming off that close win over Havoc. He's on fire, picking up another clean kill to extend his streak to 3. He's making short work of this series, just like his victory yesterday. Aster shuts him down on the ramp, putting a firm grip on the lead. His overall win rate definitely speaks for itself in this match. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the supposed favorite is really struggling to keep up here. Mist just can't find a way to stop those huge momentum swings. Time to see if Mist recovers. Aster is currently sitting on a strong 7-win streak across his most recent 10 matches. And honestly, it's surprising to see him this focused given the pressure. I wonder if this momentum will finally push him past the finish line. Mist really just stepped up his game, picking Aster right off the ramp to pull closer. Aster is looming large with a commanding 4-round cushion. His higher ladder standing is showing in these crucial moments. Aster still holds a comfortable 3-round buffer over Mist. It's been a tough stretch for him to navigate today. He's refusing to back down, securing another effortless point to narrow the gap. Pure accuracy on display for a second straight round. The pace of this match is just brutal. These exchanges are over in a heartbeat. He's clearly comfortably settled in today's play. Aster is practically untouchable, shutting down that brief rally to put himself just 1 round away from victory. A huge response from Mist, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. He's certainly fighting for his life in this series. And there it is. Aster closes out the series with a final flurry of shots to take the victory. He's officially swept the series against Mist today, keeping his momentum rolling and proving why he's the higher ranked player. Havoc dominates their history with a 69% win rate against Mist, but the gap in quality hasn't always meant an easy victory. Their last meeting actually went the other way, which shows that Havoc might be fighting an uphill battle today. Mist just can't be stopped, picking him right off the Tetris to make it 3 in a row. It's a surprising start for the higher rated player. He simply refuses to budge, dragging his opponent off the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. This is a tough start for the number 11 seed. Simply oppressive, he's just not letting the other guy breathe right now. Mist is putting the pressure on a struggling favorite. Absolutely effortless, he's now 6 for 6 to open the set. He just can't find a way down from those blocks. A total shutdown to start the map. Finally, a breakthrough for the favorite, ending that brutal run of losses. He's coming into this set after a close 13-11 defeat to Esther. Mist has a strong 19-16 record over the last day. It looks like he's trying to translate that confidence into another dominant lead here. The real question is if Havoc can keep this current pace and turn the tide. Another quick exchange as Mist drops him from the Tetris, heading into the break with an 8-3 advantage. Mist takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the expectations here. The number 24 seed is playing out of his mind and looks poised for a major upset. Time for Havoc to wake up. What a scrap! He clings to a tiny sliver of health to take the round from the Tetris. He needed a big play like that to keep things competitive. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, walking away with just a few hit points left. Talk about a clutch way to claw back into the game. Mist had the height advantage and he makes the most of it to shut down that brief rally. He's effectively neutralized the ranking gap in this set. He's just too fast right now. Every single duel is ending in the blink of an eye. A lightning fast finish to put him just one step away from victory. A perfectly timed burst ensures he gets a second straight win, delaying that final round. He's certainly putting his rate into the test today. He refuses to go quiet, securing another clean frame to stay in this. A sudden shift in momentum for the higher seed. He's on fire now, picking up another effortless round to keep the rally going. He is simply not letting up now, continuing this hot streak to push the game further. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he manages to hold the ramp and scrape through with almost nothing left. He's simply outplaying everything Mist throws at him right now. Absolutely stifling. He's just completely dismantled the opposition's hopes for a fast finish here. Absolutely incredible. He lapped the field with that 7th straight win to force a deadlock. He just won't stop now, snatching another one to keep this incredible rally moving. Absolute perfection in the timing of that shot. He's completely taken over this game, putting up a 9th straight win in a total shutdown. What a performance! He clears the box yet again to secure a 10th consecutive round. Just an absolute wall of dominance to close it out. Absolute insanity. Havoc completes the greatest possible recovery to secure the match victory. An absolutely legendary turnaround after that shaky start. He really had to dig deep to pull this back. What a fight. Havoc gets the first look of the day and takes it with the advantage of the ramp. Havoc holds a strong overall head-to-head lead with 62 wins over Esther. You know, it's interesting because those historical numbers aren't showing up in the current momentum. Esther seems to have the upper hand right now. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we head back. He's currently holding a strong position among the league's top 11. Havoc is starting to seize control of the map, really putting the pressure on Esther here. He secures another victory from the ramp, taking a commanding lead in this set. The higher seed is really leaning into his advantage. Esther gets a clean answer right back to keep this close. He's looking very confident after that 13-11 victory in their previous meeting. Esther has clearly been the hotter hand lately with that impressive 23-12 record over the last day. It's making this series feel a bit more precarious for Havoc despite the early lead. He'll need to stay focused if he wants to shut down that momentum. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking his 3rd consecutive round in a row. Simply untouchable right now, putting 4 straight behind him before the break. Just a brutal sequence of rounds to close out this half. Havoc leads 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He He really leaned on his experience in this rivalry to build a comfortable lead going into the second half. Esther needs a serious spark here. Havoc pushes ahead to 9-4, just cruising now. He's clearly leaning into the confidence of being the favorite today. Esther reads him perfectly and just takes him right off that ramp. He's certainly showing that superior map win rate today. Esther claws back to 6, but Havoc still leads. That upper half ranking is proving plenty for the challenger right now. Havoc just shuts that door quickly, securing another one from the ramp. Still looking like the right call based on that lifelong head-to-head. A fierce battle between the two on the ramp, but Aster is the one who comes out on top. The A game from the number 14 seed is starting to peak out. Both of them were fighting for that same space on the ramp, but Havoc just out-dueled him there. A nice response after his recent loss to Aster on Orange. Havoc puts an end to that mini run, securing the 12-7 lead and moving a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He just erases Aster off that ramp to seal the victory. A definitive showing there, completely negating the run of form we've seen from Aster over the last few hours. Aster has a commanding 69% historical win rate in this head-to-head. It's a massive gap that makes the current scoreline feel expected. We're seeing the higher rated player really impose himself early on. Aster's now holding a tight 2-1 lead. He's entering the server in a very strong vein of form. Aster is looking incredibly sharp right now, quickly stacking up the round wins. Unreal. Mist hangs on by a thread to claw back another round. He's certainly shaking off some of the rust from those previous losses. Total deadlock now. Mist has fought back to a draw. The upper half of the ladder usually closes these out. He's absolutely on fire, putting together a 3-round run to take the lead. He's just unstoppable, taking a 4th consecutive round without taking any damage. A quick exchange there, and he manages to narrow the gap to just 1 round. The higher rated player is finally starting to push back. Mist has a strong 19-16 record in his other games today. That seems to be translating into a lot of confidence for him right now. He's definitely not intimidated by the rank difference as he continues to pull away. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's holding a narrow advantage, which matches the pre-game expectations. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can close this gap in the second half. Fresh start for the second half. Mist is really extending his lead to 8-5 now. The momentum has completely flipped from their last meeting. A perfectly clean exchange, and Aster continues his climb back into this game. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring the game back closer. He's completely shut him down again, refusing to let the lead slip any further. That's a lightning fast response to keep this close. Total equality once again, and Aster has the wind in his sails now. Absolute precision on that flick to square the game. He's completely taken over the map, having now claimed 4 straight rounds to seize the lead. Simply unbelievable. He's just completely erased any lead his opponent had, continuing an incredible run. He's simply not letting up, extending that run to 6 straight for a commanding lead. A 7th straight for Aster, putting him just 1 round away from closing this out. The top-rated side of this duel is really asserting his will. What a huge save! Mist puts a stop to that run and forces another round. A crucial stop to keep this set alive. He is refusing to go quietly, securing another rapid victory to push the deficit back to 2. An absolute blur of a round. Mist continues his surge, refusing to let this map slip away. A chaotic scramble that ends with Mist holding the lead, forcing this duel into overtime. Pure chaos there, but he manages to edge out the win with an incredibly slim health lead. Absolutely gripping how the momentum has shifted in this set. A pristine reaction to lock the score at 13 apiece, showing just how dogged he's been in this comeback. Aster is showing incredible grit, shutting the door on that rally with a lightning fast flick. A staggering display of nerve as he wipes the slate clean to keep the pressure high. The nerves are absolutely frayed as we head back into a deadlock. Aster looks absolutely lethal here, putting himself on the verge of victory. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take home the victory. He really dug deep in that overtime period, but missed, just barely missed out on the comeback. He played out of his mind to force those extra rounds. What a fight! Havoc gets a great start here, securing the first round from the ramp. Mist is really feeling the pressure early as Havoc keeps coming out on top. The odds really did favor him coming into this one. Havoc has an absolute stranglehold on this head-to-head with a 69% win rate. And honestly, that historic gap is why he looks so composed even after dropping a round. I'm curious to see if Mist can actually shake that mental weight today. Mist just cleans him off the planks to take a full command of the series. Surprisingly sharp for a player coming off 3 straight series losses. Havoc answers back quickly, shutting him down from the ramp to even things up. He's really fighting to keep his head in this one. Havoc holds a slender 1-round lead as we reset. Mist is certainly feeling that weight after those 3 losses today. That's a rapid sequence, and now the momentum has completely shifted back to Havoc. Looking like a complete repeat of their previous meeting today. Havoc just puts on a show from the planks, pushing this streak to 4 straight. The difference in experience between these two is becoming really apparent. He is just totally in control now, picking up another effortless round. Another clean result from the ramp for Havoc as he heads into the break with an 8-3 lead. Havoc heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. He's playing exactly as you'd expect for a top 10 ranked player. That 7-round streak really broke Mist's spirit before the side switch. Fresh sides, new energy. Havoc is currently on a 2-win streak across his most recent matches, and you can tell his confidence is surging based on how he's dominating the server today. Now he's just looking for a quick way to close this out. Mist just can't find a way to string these together, and Havoc is making it look way too easy. His current win percentage in the last 10 games is looking lethal. Mist manages to hold that ramp position, showing he's still got some fight left in him. A bit of a grind for the number 26 spot today. He's just one step away from victory after that precise shot. The skill gap is showing throughout this entire series. Mist wins this battle from the ramp to slow things down slightly. A tough spot to be in for Havoc, but the lead remains huge. And that's it. Havoc puts the final nail in the coffin by knocking him off the wine box. Mist really had no answers for him today. It's just a brutal run of games for that guy right now. Havoc holds a strong 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. The question now is whether Aster can flip the script and find a way to close that gap. Simply terrifying. He just can't be stopped right now. The higher rated player is putting on a clinic early on. What a scrap. Aster claws back into this, surviving on a single hit point to keep his hopes alive. That was an absolute nail-biter of a close call. Havoc has the commanding lead at 4-1. Unbelievable. He nearly gives it all away, but manages to scrape by with a tiny sliver of health. He's just riding the wave from that earlier series win today. Absolutely seamless. He's really starting to pull away from his opponent here. A sharp reaction there to pick up a point and slow the momentum. Aster has a clearly higher win rate on this specific map. It makes this dominant scoreline even more surprising. He usually thrives in these engagements, so he'll be desperate to prove that's still the case. He is just on another level right now, completely dismantling his opponent. Havoc takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly, he's performing exactly like the favorite we expected today. He's just too sharp for Aster right now. Aster needs a total reset here. Aster manages to hold that elevated ground, picking up a vital round to keep himself in the fight. Still feels a bit surprising given the gap of the ladder ratings. The pace is just blistering right now. These rounds are ending in a blink. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed today. Aster is really putting up a fight now, securing a quick victory from that elevated spot. Aster is definitely starting to find some traction here, putting together a nice little run to pull his score up. That was instantaneous. He's now just one victory away from ending this. He needed to put a stop to those quick losses. Game over. He closes it out with a sharp burst to secure the victory. It's a rough day at the office for Aster, who just couldn't find a way to break that momentum. Esther holds a clear historical advantage with a 69% win rate in their head-to-head matches. Well, he's already getting a head start here after taking the first round. Now we just have to see if Mist can find a way to flip the script. He's just untouchable right now, moving to a 3-0 lead. Expectations are being met by the top 15 seed right now. He's completely in control, picking up a 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. He's simply not letting up, picking up another effortless round to open a 5-round gap. Unreal, Mist survives with a sliver of health to finally put a halt to that run. That was an incredibly tight exchange to get the round back. Aster is currently putting together an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. I mean, you can see that confidence translating into this series. It will be tough for Mist to find any traction if Aster keeps this pace up. Mist manages to take this one down from the box, refusing to let Aster just cruise to a double-digit lead. Goodness! Aster barely survives that one after holding the box with a single point of health. Aster is dominating, leading a massive 9-2. He's certainly showing why he's sitting in the top 15. Aster goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. Honestly, it looks like a total mismatch. Mist was supposed to have the edge here, but his opponent is just outclassing him on the server right now. Time for Mist to wake up. Aster still holds a commanding 5-round lead. He's starting to put up a fight back here. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against a top 15 player. Aster's still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. He's really trying to flip the script from their previous match. Aster just shut down that mini comeback attempt with a very quick response. He's been extremely reliable across the board in these matchups. Aster is just out of reach at 10-6. He's fighting through a really rough patch of form lately. Mist just held the high ground perfectly from the Tetris to keep this momentum going. We're seeing a real turnaround for a guy who struggled in his last 3 games. He's completely locked in, taking the opponent right off the boost for another clean round. He's definitely found a way to close the distance. Aster puts an end to that surge, picking Mist right off the Tetris. Aster clears the box and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He really had the upper hand coming into this one. A huge save for Mist, taking this one from the box to keep the series alive. He's showing plenty of grit in a tough spot. What a finish! Aster just wipes him off the ramp to close out the series. He's just too consistent on this map. It's a tough day for Mist. We'll be hoping to shake this slump off in the next one. Havoc enters this set with a strong history against his opponent, winning nearly 70% of their lifetime matchups. That psychological edge is amplified by the fact that he's currently riding a 4-game winning streak. I want to see if Mist can find any answer for that pressure early on. He just wipes the floor with him from the ramp, taking a commanding lead. He's just completely untouchable right now, not letting up for a second. Mist finally gets around, picking him off the ramp. It's a tough spot for the number 27 seed to climb out of. Mist is showing some real grit here, dragging him down from the ramp. This is a look at a very different side of the matchup. He is completely in control now, claiming another one to close the gap. The underdog is starting to push back against the odds. A quick response from Havoc to put him back in front. The higher rated player just regained his footing. A pristine finish for Mist, who refuses to let his opponent run away with this. A sharp response there to keep this series close. A huge play from the boxes to bring things completely level. The confidence is shifting completely toward the underdog now. He's just not letting up, taking a third straight to head into the break with the lead. He is completely dismantling his opponent's confidence before the break. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is the heavy favorite here, but Mist is fighting back way harder than most expected. This is shaping up to be a real grind. Fresh sides, total reset. Absolute chaos in that trade, but Mist barely edges him out to keep this comeback alive. A real nail-biter, barely walking away from that one. A sharp outplay there, and he's putting some serious pressure on the frontrunner. Havoc just catches him right off the ramp to keep this a one-round game. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. The top 8 seed is really starting to flex his muscles here. He just picks him right off the ramp to keep this run going. The seed gap is starting to show through in these high pressure moments. Mist is refusing to break, picking him off the ramp to keep this battle locked at 9-9. Havoc surges ahead, holding a slim lead at 10-9. Looking at the gap in rating, this is the performance we'd expect. Havoc is really tightening his grip on this match, moving within striking distance of a victory. He's just on another level right now, putting himself in a position to end this series immediately. Absolutely incredible. Havoc closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. That high tier experience really made the difference in the end, and it keeps a very dangerous run alive for the top seed. Havoc has historically dominated this rivalry with 64 total wins over Esther. But you can see how the momentum has shifted since that head-to-head meeting earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can shake off this early loss. Esther is really capitalizing on his chances here, quickly shutting Havoc down while he's tucked up on the wine. Esther is absolutely cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's playing like the higher rated guy isn't even in the server. He just cannot be stopped right now, extending his run to 3 consecutive rounds. The underdog is making his mark early on. A fierce response here, showing he's not about to let the match slip away. That was a clean look to regain some composure. Aster is comfortably in control with his high 66% map win rate. It's giving him a clear psychological advantage in these opening exchanges. If he can keep this pressure up, he'll be in a great position heading toward the half. Another huge win here, keeping the pressure high as he narrows the gap. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to look dangerous. Unbelievable! He's completely flipped the script to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. The search continues. He's completely taken over this match to claim the lead. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. We go into the break with a 6-6 tie, and honestly, the match is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Both players are swapping momentum, but neither one can break away from the other. Clean slate for both players. Esther just edged ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. He's showing a lot of resilience after that blowout loss on Dunes. Esther pushes the lead to 8-6 with a clutch finish. He's really finding his footing after that tough series on Dunes. A lightning fast response to keep this series tight. The timing on that shot was absolutely impeccable. He's putting on a strong display of grit, evening things up with a swift exchange. What a statement! He's now taking full control with 3 in a row. Exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. Aster responds instantly to pull this series back to a dead heat. Coming into this after a tough series against his opponent. Esther holds a slim 1-round cushion heading into 19. The 14-rated player is really stepping up his game tonight. Havoc just completely erased him, bringing this game back to a deadlock. Just an absolute blur of a trade for that one. He's really digging in now, shaking off the early deficits to secure another round. Everything is coming up for the high-seeded pro in this series. Neither one is giving an inch today. We are looking at a complete toss-up going into the final stretch. Absolute perfection from Havoc. He's on the verge of a massive victory after that stunning comeback. Unreal! Havoc pulls off the impossible recovery to seal the match. He really needed that close out to be perfect. Aster pushed him to the absolute limit in this one. What a fight! Esther really owns this matchup with a 69% lifetime win rate over Mist. It's a massive gap that explains why the underdog is struggling to find any footing early on. We'll see if Mist can reverse that tide. Mist keeps his cool and takes the fight to Aster on the ramp to bring this closer. That's a quick adjustment after his rough run of games earlier today. A dead heat at 2-all as we head back. He's definitely shaking off that recent 6-game slide. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now sitting on 3 straight. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against a higher rated opponent. The fire is still burning for Mist as he outduels his opponent on the ramp to push his lead to 4-2. Pure perfection right there. That's 5 straight for Mist. He's completely ignoring those poor results from earlier this afternoon. Another huge blow for Aster as he's knocked off the ramp. The top 15 seed is really feeling the pressure. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up another round to keep the streak alive. An incredible turnaround after dropping his previous 3 games. Aster finally responds, snapping the long run to bring the score to 7-3. The higher rated player is finally starting to show some teeth. Mist has historically managed to take the win in 4 of their last 5 head-to-heads. It's a strange dynamic because while Aster is usually the dominant force in their career history, Mist seems to have the exact blueprint to beat him today. Mist goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite today. That 7-round tier really gave him a strong cushion heading into the second half. Aster needs a fast start here. Mist extends a commanding lead to 9-4. Really putting his poor run of form in the rearview mirror. Aster clawed one back to make it 9-5. That was a remarkably fast execution to bring the gap down. Aster is really starting to push back, putting the pressure on with these back-to-back wins. It's tough to shake off that 13-9 loss from their last meeting. Another one for Aster, who is completely taking over this game right now. He's really starting to play like the seed we expected. A total shutdown. He's absolutely on fire right now, continuing this incredible surge. Welcome back to Mappas. We are all square at 9-9 as these two prepare to restart. He answers back immediately to regain the lead. He's really fighting through a tough stretch of results today. Mist is just refusing to let the momentum swing back, extending his lead to 2. He's definitely playing out of his mind after that tough loss to Havoc. Esther manages a clean swap here, continuing to chip away at that lead. The higher seed is certainly not going down without a fight. Esther quickly picks him off the ramp to pull the score level. Absolute chaos here as a deadlock returns to the server. He just cannot stop the bleeding as Esther holds the high ground once more, bringing him to the threshold of victory. What a finale! Esther seals the deal to complete a staggering comeback victory. What a performance! Esther closes the door on this series with an incredible turnaround. He just couldn't close it out when it mattered most. To see the favorite claw back from that early haul was just incredible. What a fight. Havoc has clearly owned this rivalry with a 69% win rate over the long term. And honestly, looking at their current forms, he's just continuing that trend. We're seeing a massive gap in momentum right now. Havoc looks incredibly sharp right now, capitalizing on that high ground to take control. Havoc just keeps climbing, securing another faster round from that high position. The ranking difference is starting to play a role here. He completely shuts him down from the box, extending his lead to 4-1. He's just outclassing him right now, taking a 4th straight round in this run. He just blasts Mist right off the Tetris to secure another one. The gap between these two is really showing up today. Mist gets a clean return here to keep things interesting. A much needed breath for the underdog here. Havoc just refuses to let Mist get any comfortable footing, quickly picking him off the box. Mist really holds his ground here, using that elevation to force his way back into the game. Havoc has a really strong run going with 6-1 in the last 24 hours, and honestly, he's using that confidence to keep Mist at arm's length. The pressure is mounting for the underdog now. Havoc leads 8-4 going into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He looks far too strong on dunes right now for Mist to find an answer. Havoc just can't be shaken, taking a quick fight to shut Mist down from that box. His recent form has simply been too strong to ignore. A real battle for the high ground there, but Mist comes out on top to keep his hopes alive. The rank 28 player is starting to push back. Havoc puts him right back in his place from that box, and he's just far too consistent here. Havoc is just picking these rounds apart in the blink of an eye. He's making this look way too easy. Mist manages to hold on to that high ground and put a huge dent in Havoc's momentum. Mist is refusing to go quietly, putting up a real fight here to narrow the distance. He just wipes him off the Tetris, putting himself a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! He shuts the door with a lightning fast finish to seal the deal. He's just completely out of his league today, simply too fast and too precise for Mist to keep up. Havoc holds a strong 65-41 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Esther has had the upper hand today, so we have to see if the favorite can recover from this early loss. Esther is absolutely dominating with a 2-0 lead. It's a surprising start for a player currently ranked 7th. Esther's keeping the pressure on with a 2-1 advantage. His recent form is scary, having won 7 straight in his last 10. Aster is really capitalizing on this specific map, making a lot of his early rounds look easy. Aster pushes ahead to a 3-2 lead right now. He certainly looked sharp in his other appearances today. Havoc claws back and we've got a dead heat. The number 7 seed is finally showing his teeth. Absolute shift in momentum as he secures his 3rd straight round to take the lead. The higher seeded side looks completely in control now. Aster answers back quickly to bring us right back to a draw. Looking at those numbers, he really loves his performance on this terrain. Aster just edges ahead to take a narrow 5-4 lead. He's looking very comfortable in the server right now. Havoc strikes back and we are locked at 5 apiece. This is exactly the kind of resilience we saw in his recent 7-game run. The pace of this set is incredible. These encounters are ending almost as soon as they begin. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's currently playing exactly as we expected for the favorite. He's holding a steady lead, but Aster is definitely keeping this one close. Let's see who finds their flow. That was far too close. He barely walks away from the chaos with his life. He really looks like a dominant force today. Havoc is really putting on a clinic, putting together a total of 4 straight wins. It is a complete reversal of the early game where Aster had all the momentum. The pressure is really mounting now for the underdog to find an answer. Aster quickly disrupts the flow, securing a crucial point for himself. Havoc is really pulling away with a 10-7 grip. The rating gap isn't playing a part in this series right now. Havoc is putting a huge amount of distance between himself and his opponent now. The favorite is looking like he's really found another gear. Aster is making it very difficult for Havoc to close this out, staying right in the thick of it. He needs to find an answer fast if he wants to stay in this. A brutal exchange of fire, but Aster outlasts him to keep the momentum shifting. That was an incredibly sharp read to stifle the lead. A frantic exchange of fire, but Havoc comes out on top to put himself 1 round away from victory. He refuses to go down without a fight, trading shots to secure another point. He is stubbornly refusing to let this series slide. Unbelievable. He barely holds on through that firestorm to secure the victory. He really fought through the noise to close that one out. Aster just couldn't find the finishing blow today. He had to work for that. Aster has completely controlled this rivalry, taking nearly 70% of their lifetime meetings. You can see that dominance continuing here as he keeps the pressure on. It will be tough for Mist to turn this around. Aster is just too quick on the trigger, picking Mist right off the ramp. He's definitely living up to that top 15 status so far. He just won't let up, dropping Mist off the ramp for a third straight win. Mist really needs a reset after that tough 7-13 loss to Havoc. He's simply an absolute wall right now, claiming another clean kill from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this one. Finally, a positive result for Mist, getting a clean trade to break that momentum. He's digging in deep, putting on a clinic from the toolbox to keep this series close. The momentum is shifting, putting the favorite in a tough spot. Aster has a strong track record today, putting up a positive 21-14 result across his last few sets. So yeah, that high level consistency is exactly why he's able to weather this brief push from Mist. He's just too stable in these types of exchanges. He is showing real grit here, securing another round to pull closer in this series. Mist is playing with way too much confidence right now. He's completely erased that early deficit, securing a lead from the ramp to tie the game up. Unbelievable. He's just taken over this set and puts the pressure on before we head into the break. We've got a 7-5 lead for Mist as we head to the break. I mean, he's putting together a solid performance right now and staying ahead as the favorite should. He'll just need to avoid another long skid from Aster. Time to see who blinks first. Aster fights back, narrowing the gap to just 1. This really feels like his usual quality showing through. Dead hit at 7 apiece, we are completely locked. He's definitely finding his way back into the top 15 tonight. What a fight! He digs deep to survive that exchange and reclaim the lead. That was an incredibly tight exchange to secure the lead. And now it's all squared up at 8 apiece. Both of them are fighting for every inch of ground here. He claims another win from the wine box, showing incredible resilience to keep this rally going. It's getting a lot harder for the favorite to regain control. He is just too sharp right now, outplaying Aster to push his advantage to 10. It's become a real grind for the guy who started the day so strongly. Aster really stepped up that pace, catching Mist from the ramp for a lightning fast round. We are totally deadlocked at 10 each. He is really leaning into that ladder advantage right now. He's absolutely cruising now, picking up a third straight round to reclaim the lead. Looking at the ladder, the gap between these two is really showing. He just keeps grinding back, evening things up with an effortless shot. A sudden shift in momentum as the underdog digs in. Aster pulls ahead again, effortlessly picking Mist off the ramp to reach match point. An ice-cold finish to put himself in total control. Absolutely sensational. Aster shuts it down right there, closing out the series with a perfect finish. Mist really fought back after that poor start to his day, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a match! Havoc is coming in with a massive 8-game winning streak. It makes sense that he's the one starting strong, especially given how he's generally outperformed Mist in their head-to-head history. I'm curious to see if Mist can find any answer to this momentum. A totally one-sided affair as he keeps the pressure on with a third straight win. Wow, what a fight. Mist claws back around from the wine, barely surviving that trade. He's finally finding a way to answer back. Havoc is just dominating this 4-1 lead. The gap between these two on the ladder is becoming apparent. Havoc is absolutely crushing it, cruising to a 5-1 lead. Havoc has a really dominant career record in this particular head-to-head matchup. It's making this sudden shift in momentum a bit surprising. We're seeing Mist actually push back against a player who normally controls these encounters. Another flawless engagement for Mist, who is now rapidly closing this gap. Havoc quickly puts an end to that momentum, extending his lead to 6-4. He looks like the stronger player today, fitting his top 10 spot. Havoc holds a comfortable 3-round cushion at 7-4. We head into the break with Havoc leading 8-4. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first 12 rounds to go. He's just playing his game and keeping the lead steady. Time to see a new perspective. Havoc is just pulling further ahead now, 9-4. Looking like his usual self after a tough set of matches for Mist. Mist fights back to keep it at 9-5. He's fighting an uphill battle against one of the top 6 players. Mist is really struggling to find any traction here, as Havoc just keeps closing the door. Havoc hits double digits with a 10-6 advantage. Despite that gap on the ladder, Mist is holding his own. Havoc puts a quick end to that attempt, catching Mist right as he tried to hold the wine. Mist is really making this a battle of nerves now, refusing to let this slide. Havoc secures another round and is now just 1 point away from victory. Exactly what we expected from the favorite. Boom! A lightning-fast finish to cap off the series and secure the win. He just knows exactly how to shut this guy down. That's another huge win to keep his incredible run going today. Havoc holds a massive lead in their career head-to-head with 66 total wins, and honestly, he's been in fantastic shape with a 9-1 record over the last day. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that momentum into an early lead here. Havoc responds quickly, catching Esther out on the ramp to keep this close. He's looking much more like the favorite now. We are all squared up at 2 apiece now. Esther usually thrives on this particular surface. Esther has the upper hand now, leading 3-2. That's the rank 14 player showing plenty of confidence. This match has been a complete toss-up so far, and we're seeing an incredibly fast pace today. Aster keeps pushing forward with a slim 1-round lead. He's certainly not feeling like the underdog at the moment. Aster has been incredibly consistent throughout the day with 21 wins. It's showing now as he holds his nerve during this stretch. I wonder if he can actually push the lead further. Aster barely hangs on, keeping a narrow 5-4 edge. He's definitely looking to get back to that top 6 ranking form. Havoc is really starting to shift the momentum in his favor here. He's definitely showing why he sits at the top of the ratings. Wow, Aster barely survives that war of attrition, finally knocking Havoc off the ramp. That was a desperate scramble to get the final shot off. We've got a 6-all deadlock heading into the break. Well, both players are playing exactly to their level. Expect a huge second half now that the sides are swapping. Fresh start for both. Aster is really starting to separate himself now, picking Havoc right off those blocks. The lower rated man is putting up a serious fight. Aster is really pulling away with an 8-6 cushion. That's quite a turnaround since their last outing on the orange map. Havoc claws back to leave Aster just a single step ahead. That was an incredibly quick exchange to get the round back. The tide has completely shifted. Havoc is suddenly playing an entirely different game right now. Aster shows great awareness using the height of the ramp to secure that round. He's really capitalizing on that high percentage he maintains on this map. Aster's really gripping control with a 2-round advantage. The top rated man is really feeling the pressure here. Aster barely holds the line, leading 10-9. He's certainly proving that head-to-head dominance is more than just a trend. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, reacting quicker from that Tetris spot to snap Aster's momentum. Aster is really stepping up his game, refusing to let Havoc string together another long run. Aster digs in and survives a brutal exchange from the ramp, putting himself 1 round away from victory. It's a nightmarish turn of events for the former favorite. He manages to stay alive, keeping the dream alive for another round. Absolutely critical timing to stop a second straight for Aster. What a shot that brings everything level, and we are headed straight into overtime. Aster shuts that down instantly, picking him right off the Tetris for the lead. A tough spot for a man with such a strong recent track record. Aster is just relentlessly efficient right now, continuing the surge toward the finish line. Havoc is refusing to go quietly, showing some serious grit to keep this overtime battle alive. Aster secures a crucial frame here, putting him just one victory away from closing the series. He is really making the most of this second half surge. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out from the ramp to take home the victory. Coming off that overtime thriller, it's just huge to see him snap that long-term dominance and walk away with the series. Hard-fought win. Aster dominates the long-term history between these two. It's definitely surprising to see Mist getting the early lead when Aster has won nearly 70% of their previous meetings. We'll see if this is a genuine shift in power or just a slow start for the favorite. Mist is currently controlling the pace at 2-1. A much-needed response from the more experienced player here. Aster has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead in no time. Unreal. Mist barely hangs on with a sliver of health to reclaim the lead. We're deadlocked at 3-3. This is anyone's game now. He's coming into this with a much more positive run of form lately. Absolutely incredible. He was practically dead, but Mist somehow found the strength to finish that fight off. A total stalemate at 4 apiece, both men fighting. He's coming into this series with a high degree of confidence. Aster edges ahead, taking a tight 5-4 lead. The 13th seed is really starting to exert his authority. That was an absolute war, but he manages to scrape through and keep the momentum shifting his way. He's looking very sharp after that 16-13 victory over Havoc. He is simply not missing right now, securing a 4th straight round to close out the set. Aster holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he is really capitalizing on that superior map win rate to keep Mist on the defensive. He'll need to maintain this pressure to secure the victory. Time for Mist to dig deep. A high altitude battle that ends with Aster coming out on top. The 13th ranked player is really putting on a clinic here. Mist really capitalized on that high ground, showing some quick reactions to keep himself in the fight. Mist has a tough road ahead, especially with a win rate of just 46% across his all-time matches. It's clear that the pressure is mounting as he fights from behind against a much more consistent opponent. We have to wonder if he can actually claw back from this deficit. Aster absolutely dismantles him off the Tetris, putting himself just 1 round away from the finish. What a finish! Aster shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Just a huge gap in skill displayed there. It's becoming a real nightmare for Mist to find any answers against him lately. Mist came out swinging and managed to cut him down right on that ramp. Havoc has the massive advantage in their history, having won 69% of their head-to-head bouts. That historical dominance should definitely be giving him a psychological edge in this series. Let's see if he can turn that confidence into a lead. Unbelievable. He claws back the lead in a desperate scramble, barely surviving that exchange. He is certainly playing like the higher rated man right now. Havoc is just one step ahead, 3-2. It's been a tough slate for the underdog, who has struggled in his recent outings. Mist is refusing to back down, making it a dead heat after clearing him of that ramp. Havoc had a faster read this time, catching Mist right as he stepped off those boxes. The gap in their rankings is starting to show. Mist just completely owned that opening, catching Havoc before he could even react to that ramp hold. Mist takes a slim 5-4 lead heading into round 10. It's a welcome turnaround for someone who has struggled lately. We are all squared up as Havoc and Mist clash again. The momentum shifts a bit for the guy currently sitting at rank 29. What a scrap! He barely clings to life after that exchange to secure the round. The underdogs are really playing with confidence today. We've got a deadlock at 6 apiece. You know, this is a very fair result, given how both these guys perform on Mappas. I expect Havoc to lean on his experience to pull away now. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc regains the upper hand, pushing it to 7-6. It's a tough road for him right now, having dropped his last few games today. Havoc just blew through that red position, and now he's really putting the pressure on. His recent form has been practically flawless over the last 10. Havoc edges ahead, holding a narrow 8-7 grip. It's a battle of wills for someone who's dropped so many recently. Mist is really starting to heat up, and he just snatched another round from that ramp position. Havoc holds a razor-thin lead at 9-8. His current 9-2 record over the last day is quite impressive. Mist ties this up, we're back to a stalemate. Mist is really putting that rank disparity to the test right now. The pace of these exchanges is blistering. Mist is simply outreacting him in his rapid-fire encounters. Absolute deadlock at 10-all. Who wants it more? He's really fighting for a foothold given that 14-21 record lately. Mist is putting up a huge fight, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. A fierce effort here for the player sitting at rank 29. We've reached a total stalemate. It really comes down to who can keep their head now with the score tied up. A brutal firefight ends with Havoc coming out on top, putting him just one round away from victory. And that's the game. Havoc shuts the door with a perfectly timed shot to secure the victory. He truly refused to let that slip. Mist really pushed his luck to the limit today, but the gap in skill finally told what a fight. Havoc looks sharp early, using the ramp to get the first one on the board. Havoc holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history with 66 wins. The issue for Aster is that his historical map advantage hasn't translated into an early lead. He'll need to find a way to slow this momentum down. Havoc is clearly the aggressor here, picking Aster right off that ramp. His rank 6 standing is really showing through right now. Havoc is just punishing him from the ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on Aster early on. He's definitely putting his higher ladder standing to use. Aster earns a huge victory from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. He definitely looks a bit more comfortable now. He's refusing to let the game slip away, cutting the lead down to just 1 round. Aster is starting to trade blows effectively with the favorite. Havoc reacts instantly to catch Aster while he's still moving up that ramp. The head-to-head matchup always seems to lean in his direction. That was a gritty exchange, and Aster manages to come out on top to close the gap. A very tidy trade to keep things tight heading into round 10. Havoc has put together an impressive 10-2 run today. That kind of momentum is exactly why he's managed to keep this lead despite not having the historical map advantage. I want to see if Aster can break that streak before the half. Havoc takes the 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Aster has managed to keep this relatively close, but he's still fighting an uphill battle against the higher ranked player. Fresh start for both. Havoc manages to secure the kill from the ramp, keeping his lead comfortably in hand. Aster has really found his footing in recent series, but he's struggling today. Another clean finish from the ramp as Aster refuses to back down. A clean response that puts a bit more pressure on the favorite. That's a perfect response, keeping the pressure high as he continues to trim this lead. Aster is on fire, shutting things down from the ramp to even the score. The underdog has completely shifted the momentum of this set. Unreal, he's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another one for a 4-game run. The pressure is mounted on the top seed. What a run! He simply refuses to let the higher seed back into this contest. It's a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. What a scrap! Havoc barely survives that ramp battle to halt the bleeding. Despite the current lead, he's still trailing in the head-to-head records. We are deadlocked at 10 apiece as we enter the 20th. Aster is definitely showing why he's firmly in the upper half of our rating. The turnaround is complete. He's just totally shut down that run and looks completely in control. A perfectly timed shot as Aster levels the playing field. This is a total deadlock heading into the final frames. Havoc comes through in a tight exchange to get himself back in the driver's seat. A quick recovery to reclaim that slim advantage. What a result. He just dominated that ramp duel to force the series into overtime. He digs deep in his chaotic exchange to secure another win, taking command of the series. Exactly the kind of resistance we expected from a high-tier competitor. Aster is simply refusing to let up, picking up his 3rd straight win to tighten the grip on this overtime. The gap in the standings clearly isn't telling the whole story today. Incredible! He's absolutely crushing the opposition now, bringing him to the verge of victory. What a finish! Esther closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. He just completely broke Havoc's spirit in that final stretch to secure the win. A massive result for the lower seed. What a fight! Aster owns a commanding 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, and he's looking particularly sharp right now, coming off a string of victories. It'll be tough for Mist to turn things around given the current gap in their form. Aster is just rolling through this, sitting pretty at 2-0. The number 13 ranked player is simply too precise here. Mist secures that one from the toolbox, and it looks like he's finally starting to put up a fight. And just like that, Mist levels the series at 2-2. Considering his recent struggle on the ladder, he's playing a very clean game. Absolutely crushing. He's now taken 3 straight to seize the lead. It's an interesting shift given his recent struggles on the ladder. A quick answer there and the match is back to a dead heat. The higher seed is really trying to reclaim control here. Both of them were fighting for space on the ramp, but Mist comes out on top there. Mist is putting on a clinic from the ramp right now and he's starting to look like the clear favorite. He's just not letting up. It's 3-3. He's putting on a huge show after that rough patch on the ladder. Aster responds with an effortless headshot to keep the momentum moving in his direction. Mist is currently fighting from an all-time win rate of 46%. And honestly, it's surprising he's this composed seeing how often he's been outplayed in their shared history. Now is the time for him to close this out before Aster recovers. Mist holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. You know, he was leaning on the side of the favorites here and he's delivering. He is definitely showing he can hold his own today. Time to see if Aster can rally. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange by a sliver of health to get around. That was an incredibly tight scramble for survival. Mist is now pushing the lead to 9-5. He's completely flipped the script from that blowout they had on Dunes. Aster claws one back, bringing the tally to 9-6. He's definitely feeling the weight of that 12-loss streak. He's refusing to go away, putting together another great round to keep this climb alive. He catches the opponent on the box to complete a hat-trick of rounds. The momentum has completely swung back in his favor. He completely wipes the slate clean, erasing the deficit to tie this up at 9-9. Mist gets the better of him on the ramp to reclaim a narrow advantage. It's an impressive turnaround for the rank 29 player. Aster keeps the pressure on by knocking him off the ramp to bring us back to a dead even split. Everything is suddenly wide open for both of them. Aster manages to knock him off the toolbox, showing real grit to stay in this fight. We are officially locked in a stalemate. This is basically a coin flip to see who takes it home. A huge mental battle for someone who came in as the underdog. Mist is just relentless, picking him off the ramp to seize match point. This is a huge test of his resolve as the favorite. What a finish! He closes the door on this series with a complete shutdown to take the map. He really put those stats to shame today. Just an unbelievable showing to break that losing slide in such a big way. He had to work for that. Havoc carries a significant lead in their career, head-to-head, having won nearly 70% of their bouts. It's clear that history is on his side here, and he's looking to maintain that psychological edge right out of the gate. Mist is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. A tough run lately for Mist, with only 1 win in his last 10. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaos to level the score. Complete reversal of roles considering where they sit on the ladder. He's completely taken over the pace here, securing his 3rd straight win. He's simply too fast for everything right now, making it 4 in a row. A huge shift from the usual dynamics we see with these two. Havoc answers right back with a clean finish to keep things tight. Expectations are shifting as the underdog hangs in there. Mist tried to hold the angle from the wine, but he just couldn't get the shot off first. The number 7 seed is starting to look like the favorite again. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight round for himself. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that disaster, keeping his lead as the streak hits 4. He's completely unstoppable, taking another round to put a firm grip on this match. Just a stark contrast to the 13-11 victory he secured in their previous encounter. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. The higher rank is proving too much, even with Mist putting up a fight. That was a gritty exchange, and he manages to scrape through the carnage to close the gap. A really desperate fight there for both of them. A total shutout for the comeback effort, bringing everything dead even. Havoc regains control, pushing ahead to an 8-7 lead. He's putting that recent 10-3 run into effect. Mist actually holds the slight map advantage in the long run, so it's interesting to see him struggling to pull a result out of this one. I wonder if the mental weight of this scoreline is finally starting to settle in. Havoc extends his lead to 10-8, firmly in command. He's looking like a huge threat given his current form. What a response from Mist, shutting that down completely to keep the pressure on. He's really digging deep to keep this contest alive. The pace is absolutely frantic right now, with these engagements ending almost instantly. He is refusing to go away, stepping up with a lightning fast shot to pull within 1. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but Havoc barely clutched it to put himself 1 round away from victory. Boom. He puts it all away with a flawless final shot to seal the victory. Mist almost pulled off a miracle on a map where he's traditionally held his own. He really forced the issue late. What a fight! Havoc is entering this server with a massive amount of confidence after going 11-3 in the last 24 hours. You know, that aggressive form is playing well into their overall lead in the head-to-head series. I wonder if Esther can find an answer to that pressure early on. Havoc still holds the edge, leading 2-1. Aster usually manages to pull a few back in these kinds of series. Aster is really struggling to put a stop to their momentum as Havoc just keeps landing those quick shots. Havoc is just dominating, extending the gap to 4-1. Simply untouchable right now. He's just totally in control of this match. He's really making the most of that top 10 ranking right now. Aster responds with a tight exchange to get back into things. The lower rated player is definitely starting to fight back. Aster normally posts a much stronger 73% win rate on this map. It's really surprising to see him falling behind so quickly today. He definitely has the historical advantage here, but he's just not converting that into rounds. Havoc just can't be stopped. Now pushing to 7-3. Aster can definitely play the spoiler, having beaten him recently on red line. Havoc just wasn't giving him any room to breathe from that ramp position. He's certainly living up to the top 7 ranking today. Havoc holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, it's a pretty clean result so far as he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Aster will need a strong restart to close this gap. Time for Aster to shake it off. Aster is starting to put some pressure back on, catching Havoc quickly while holding that ramp angle. He's showing a bit more resilience than he did against Mist earlier. Havoc is really cruising with a 9-5 cushion. He's always seemed to have a psychological edge in this rivalry. Havoc is just relentless, extending the lead to 10-5. It's getting harder for him to recover after that 11-13 loss to Mist. Aster is starting to pick up some speed, which makes the pace of this match far more competitive. The gap in their ladder positions is definitely narrowing. Havoc is really starting to pull away, putting Aster in a huge hole as we head into the final stretch. Aster is trading rounds with him now, refusing to let this game slip away quietly. Still trying to channel that victory he had on red line. Absolutely clean finish there. Havoc is now just 1 round away from the victory. Strong response from Aster, keeping the dream alive with an effortless win. The pressure is definitely mounting now. He keeps his composure and shuts down that run with another easy frag. He's really digging deep to keep this contest alive. He's just refusing to quit, keeping this streak alive to stay in the game. He's suddenly looking like the favorite in this fight. What a final blow! Havoc closes it out right there to secure the match. Aster really pushed him to the limit, making that historical map advantage felt throughout the set. He just barely couldn't close the gap. What a battle! Esther has historically owned this matchup with a 69% win rate. It's clear that their level of comfort against Mist translates well into the current server. Let's see if that historical lead is enough to shut things down early. He is just untouchable right now, picking up another flawless round. The gap in rating is definitely showing in the early stages. He's just totally in control, shutting everything down from the ramp. That higher ladder standing is really starting to pay dividends. He is simply playing a different game today, making it a perfect 5 for the frontrunner. The gap in skill is on full display right now. This is getting out of hand. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. He's certainly justifying that higher seed in the rankings. He catches him right on the box, extending the lead to 7-0. It's a stark contrast to that recent result on Fast Aim. He just wipes him off the ramp for a totally oppressive 8-round run. A very tough way to follow that narrow win on Fast Aim. Finally gets on the board, shaking off that early pressure to grab a round. Looking at the overall history, Mist has only converted about 46% of his matches. It is really intriguing to see him actually managing to string together a couple of rounds despite those odds. He's clearly determined to flip the script for today. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the pre-match labels just aren't fitting here. Mist looks completely lost as the underdog takes full control of the pace. Time to see who blinks first. Aster stays firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's definitely making it difficult for the leader to close this out. Aster just keeps piling on, now sitting at 10-4. A steady performance from the 12th ranked player in the league. Aster is just too quick, putting that pressure on from the high ground to pull even further ahead. That's the kind of confidence you expect from a top 15 seed. Mist is really fighting for his life here, managing to hold that Tetris position to keep the dream alive. Aster shuts it down by knocking him off the box to put himself one step from victory. Looking at the current ratings, that top seed is just too stable. Game over, Aster closes it out, right here to secure the victory. He really made the most of that map advantage, proving why he's the one you don't want to face in the arena. Havoc currently holds a huge historical advantage with a 69% win rate against this opponent. The gap in their individual ratings is just as stark. It will be a tough climb for Mist to bridge that distance today. Havoc is dominating a 2-1 lead right now. He's looking incredibly sharp after that strong 12-3 day. Mist is under a lot of pressure now, as Havoc is really starting to pull away early. It's been a rough afternoon for Mist, and that trend continues. Another lightning fast response from the leader, who is simply refusing to let his opponent back into this game. Mist refuses to go away, answering back with a quick reaction to cut the deficit. A completely untouched response there. Mist is really starting to dig in and close this gap. Mist has been struggling lately, posting a 13-22 record over the last day. And when you combine that with the current score, he really needs to find a way to disrupt Havoc's control of this server. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to completely erase the deficit. Absolute ice in his veins to pull that off. He's completely flipped the script, securing another victory to take the lead just before the break. Mist takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the lower rated player to be in the driver's seat right now. He's clearly not intimidated by the history between these two. Fresh start for both players. He just completely out-dueled the opposition in a blur, continuing this strong climb back into the game. Hard to believe he's completely shifted the energy in this series. Havoc digs deep to outlast him in a chaotic exchange, showing some real grit here. It's a steady push for Havoc as he attempts to claw back. The response was instantaneous this time and is moving closer to a tie. The favorite is finally starting to exert his presence here. What a turnaround! He's now tied up the score and is completely in control of the server. The momentum has shifted entirely back to his side. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the lead slip away. It is a huge fight back given his struggles earlier today. That was a total shutdown. He's showing a ton of heart to secure his second straight win. An unbelievable surge from Mist, who just dismantled his opponent in a split second. Havoc keeps his side of the map secure, delivering a crisp headshot to hold that momentum. A perfectly clean response to put the pressure back on, and he is now just one round away from victory. The underdog is making a huge statement today. Unbelievable. Mist closes it out with a flawless flick to claim the match. What a way to break that head-to-head streak. He really pushed through the pressure to get a huge victory here. What a fight. Havoc has dominated this rivalry long term, holding a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. And he's carrying a lot of confidence after winning their most recent meeting as well. We'll see if he can keep the pressure high early on. Aster's now leading the charge, 2 rounds to 1. He's proving he can hang with one of the top 10. He is absolutely on fire, claiming another one to move to a commanding 3-round lead. He's just completely taking over, stepping up to 4 straight wins. A surprising shift in power given the expected outcome here. He catches Aster right off the ramp and keeps this recovery moving. He's finally starting to play like the favorite here. He just completely dismantled that opposition from the ramp to keep this rally going. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to even things up at 4-all. The advantage swings back to him, regaining a slim lead.
He is certainly making his mark on the bracket today.
What a scrap! He nearly went down, but digs deep to level the series at 5 apiece. That was an absolute nail-biter for the finish. Aster edges ahead again to claim a 6-5 grip. Both of these players have been absolutely grinding today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Honestly, the underdog is defying the odds right now. He's clearly leveraging his map experience to keep the higher ranked Havoc on his heels. Time for the side switch. He clears the ramp to keep his momentum climbing. A quick response there to stop the bleeding. The higher seeded player is starting to find an opening. He outduels his opponent from the ramp, completely erasing the lead to tie it up at 7-all. Squeezing every bit of value out of this half. Aster puts himself back in the driver's seat. The lower seeded man is playing with absolute poise. He's completely locked in now, securing a perfect exchange to bring this whole thing back to a deadlock. He keeps the pressure high from the ramp to take a 1-round lead. The seed advantage is finally starting to translate into results. He's on a roll now, taking complete control of the pace to secure his 3rd straight win. This looks like the dominant form he's shown throughout the tournament. A tough trade here, but Aster manages to come out on top to keep this close. Both of these guys have a lot of ground to cover after their earlier losses today. A gritty exchange that goes both ways, but Havoc manages to survive and tighten his grip. The momentum is shifting back toward the higher rated man. Havoc strikes from the ramp and stands just a single round away from victory. The A-game we expected from the higher seed is finally here. What a result! Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Aster really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't hold the line against a veteran who's seen it all. Esther has completely owned this rivalry with 284 career wins over Mist. It's a staggering gap that makes this early lead feel inevitable. We have to see if Mist can find a way to break the cycle today. Mist is really stepping up his game, catching Aster right as he moved up the ramp. Hard to forget how badly Aster dominated their last encounter. Mist is really putting on the pressure, taking out Aster while he was trying to hold that ramp. He is simply on a different level right now, extending his streak to 3. Aster answers back quickly to keep this match within reach. The favorite is finally starting to assert some control. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives a brutal firefight to secure the round. Heart-stopping finish to see him pull that one out. Unreal. He just barely clings to life to secure another round and a 5-2 lead. That's a far cry from the 13-5 result in their last meeting. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 3 rounds. A huge shift in momentum from that earlier encounter today. He's absolutely on fire, securing another one to keep the streak alive. The gap in the rankings isn't playing a part in this right now. Aster finds his target quickly to stop the momentum from swinging even further. A decent response from the higher rated player here. Mist is just too quick today, picking Aster right off the ramp to extend that lead. He's really fighting against the odds with that ranking difference. Mist holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. This is exactly how the odds predicted the start would go. He's completely in the driver's seat right now. Time to see if Aster reacts. Mist is really controlling the pace of this match, using the ramp effectively to keep the advantage. Aster has held a much stronger presence on this specific map in the past. Well, he's normally seen as the one to beat in these conditions, so seeing him struggle this badly today is surprising. He really needs to dig deep now to avoid the upset. Mist is practically walking through this, catching Aster on the ramp yet again to extend the lead. The higher rated side is really struggling to find an answer. He secures a huge advantage from the ramp, putting himself in a position to end this right now. Game over, he shuts it down right there to seal the victory. He just completely dismantled that head-to-head record, proving that the history books don't matter once you're in the server. Havoc really makes a statement starting the series off from the planks. Mist is really keeping the pressure on here, shaking off that early blunder to tie things up. Havoc generally holds the advantage in their lifetime history. Havoc dominates the lifetime head-to-head with a 69% win rate. It's a massive historical gap, but Mist is the one who took their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can regain total control. Absolute control from the planks as he puts 3 straight on the board. That's a stark contrast to the rough 14-21 run he's had today. Mist finds his mark from the box, showing some real grit to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is starting to look far more comfortable now. The resilience is on full display as he continues this charge back into the match. This is the first time in their career that Mist has looked this poised. Havoc is really fighting to keep his lead, quickly taking out Mist from the toolbox. He's certainly playing like the superior seed in this encounter. Havoc is really capitalizing on those heights, using that ramp to push his lead to 6. The higher rated side is firmly back in the driver's seat. Mist delivers a precise blow to take out his opponent from the ramp. The momentum is shifting as that gap starts to close. Another clean finish for Mist, who picks him right off the wine box to close the gap. His precision has been untouchable across these last 2 engagements. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, Havoc is just doing exactly what we expect from a top 10 seed. He looks steady, but Mist is proving he can keep up right now. Let's see who adapts better now. The momentum stays right where it is as he secures a flawless victory to take the lead. A huge shift in energy for the man who entered this as the underdog. Havoc puts an end to that streak, catching him quickly from the wine box. Both players are looking incredibly sharp in this high-stakes dead heat. Both of them tried to contest the ramp, but Havoc was just a fraction faster on the draw. He's coming into this set with a strong 13-4 over the last day. He just keeps answering back, tying this thing up with a completely effortless exchange. He claims another effortless victory from the wine box to extend the current lead. He's just on fire right now, putting a firm grip on this series with another clean shutdown. A swift reaction there from Havoc, keeping things interesting at 9-10. Havoc just completely shuts the door on that run, taking a strong set of rounds to level things up. Coming off a strong 13-4 run in his last few games. A completely unscathed round for Mist, who's continuing to fight his way back into this contest. He's definitely refusing to buckle under the pressure. Neither one is giving an inch today. We're looking at a complete deadlock as they head into this final stretch. Havoc puts himself one step away from victory, cleaning up the play from the wine box. Unbelievable. He guns him down from the wine box to force this game into overtime. What a time to push this game into the extra frame. Goodness, Havoc nearly went down, but he closed through that exchange to put himself up 13-12. That was an incredibly tight scramble, barely surviving with a handful of health. What a response! He secures a clean kill from the wine box to pull this overtime battle even. Havoc manages to shut down Mist's attempt to hold the ramp, effectively reclaiming control here. Havoc is simply too fast, painting a target on Mist from the ramp to put himself on the brink. The higher seeded player is really leaning into his role right now. What a stop! Mist refuses to go quietly, clawing back another one to keep his hopes alive. He just won't let this set slip away. Another fast response from the trailing side, putting him just one step away from ending this. Absolute chaos in this overtime tug of war. Havoc pushes forward again, now leading 16-15. Mist answers back perfectly, leaving us deadlocked at 16 apiece.
Havoc takes the lead back, moving ahead 17-16.
It's an incredibly tight battle considering the difference in their ladders. Havoc extends his lead to 18-17. Expectations are being met as he pulls away in the clutch. Havoc is surging ahead, now sitting at 19-16. He just barely held it together to close this out in overtime. Mist fought so hard to pull off the upset, but that's just how it goes. What a fight. Havoc heads into this with a dominant 61% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. So yeah, he's generally owned this pairing, but that doesn't mean Aster won't put up a fight today. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can recover from that first round. Total control from Aster, who completely shuts the door on any comeback attempt right now. He's just not missing, taking a full 4 rounds without dropping a single point. It is a complete reversal from their last meeting. Aster secures the finish from the ramp to push his lead to 5-0. The rank 14 player is making a huge statement early. This is an absolute blowout. He's just completely taken over the match. Havoc finally answers back to snap that run. A spark of confidence for the rank 6 player. Havoc manages to shut down Aster's high ground, cutting that lead down to 4. That's already the second time he's beaten him today. Absolute perfection, he's just not letting up, claiming his 3rd straight. A very quick exchange that keeps the lead comfortably in Aster's hands. The lower ranked man is putting on a clinic tonight. Aster has been incredibly consistent throughout this day with a 2015 record. It's a stark contrast to how Havoc has struggled to maintain his lead in this specific set. He's completely ignored the odds of being the underdog here. It's 8-4 in favor of Aster. The underdog is really shaking things up right now. He's leaning hard into his map advantage to put the favorite on the ropes. Time for a hard reset. Esther maintains a healthy 3-round buffer at 8-5. He's definitely riding a wave of confidence after that dominant 14-4 run today. Havoc holds the high ground to secure a second straight, proving he can weather this storm. It's starting to look like the pre-game projections again. He's simply relentless right now, adding another effortless kill to this impressive run. That's a very fast response to secure another point. Unbelievable! He has completely wiped away that early deficit to bring us dead even. What a turnaround! He's now surged ahead by 1, completing a stunning recovery from that early disaster. Another clean stop to bring things right back to a deadlock. The total level of unpredictability in this set is wild. Aster is clinging to a slim 1-point lead. Despite the current deficit, he is clearly the more seasoned veteran. He stays composed and secures a perfect round to bring us level at 10 apiece. The pressure is mounting on both sides as we head into the final stretch. He's keeping the momentum swinging, taking the lead with another impressive victory. It feels like the hierarchy is finally being restored here. He's simply taking over this game now, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. His recent matchups against the top flight have been brutal. Unbelievable! He barely survives with a sliver of health left to keep this match alive. Absolute chaos for a second there, thinking he had it in the bag. Absolutely breathless. We are heading straight into overtime with the score deadlocked at 12-12. Neither man is willing to give an inch tonight. He simply refuses to break, clawing back into the lead with a sharp exchange. The pressure of being the top seed is clearly paying off. He holds the Tetris perfectly to secure a second straight point in this wild climb. Everything about his play right now reflects that high ranking. That was an incredibly quick reaction. Esther is really refusing to let this game slip away. Aster just keeps things moving, effortlessly cleaning him off the Tetris to take the lead in this overtime. He's really proven his worth against the upper echelon today. Havoc is simply refusing to crumble, putting himself 1 point away from a huge victory. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out and secures the series after an incredible climb back from the brink. He really leaned on that experience to dig himself out of a hole. Aster played the map perfectly, but that final push was just too strong. He had to fight for every inch there. What a grind. Aster has a massive career advantage here with a 69% win rate over Mist. It's a dominating historical track record, but we've seen this matchup flip recently. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can maintain that gap today. An absolute duel from the boxes, and he secures another round. He's really making use of that higher seed right now. A complete shutdown of that round to get back into this. The heavy favorite is finally feeling some pressure. Aster is cruising right now with a 4-1 lead. Coming off a tough string of losses, he finally looks stable. He just didn't miss that shot, keeping the rally going to close the gap. Aster just played that perfectly, catching him from the high ground to extend his lead. Expectations were high for the number 14 seed, and it's paying off. Aster is really leaning into his advantage today with a 20-15 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly playing a level of confidence that Mist hasn't been able to match. It'll be a huge mental climb for the lower seed to even get the foot back in the door. The momentum has completely shifted back, and now he's put up a commanding 8-2 lead. He's simply refusing to let up, moving one step closer to the finish line before the break. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of start the underdog needs when you consider he's won nearly 70% of their past meetings. Mist needs to wake up fast. Time to switch it up. Aster's 10-3 lead feels absolutely insurmountable right now. A much needed result for a player sitting in the top half of the rankings. Aster is just suffocating him with a 10-4 grip. It shows that the rank 28 slot isn't entirely out of the fight. Mist is really putting on the pressure now, finding those quick opening shots to chip away at the lead. The speed of these encounters is just breathtaking. They're both reacting in a heartbeat. Mist is starting to claw his way back into the mix, fighting for every single round now. He's looking much more comfortable now compared to that tough set against Havoc earlier. That's a fast reaction from Aster to put himself on match point. Total dominance on that final engagement. Mist keeps the dream alive with a sharp reaction to stop that run. A critical stop for the man trailing in this series. Game over. Aster closes it out with a flawless final spray to secure the victory. He really looked like the better player on this map, just too consistent for Mist to handle. Havoc is coming in with some incredible form and a 15-4 record over the last day. That confidence is likely why he's looking so comfortable in these early exchanges. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to slow that momentum down. Havoc holds the edge, pushing a 2-1 lead now. Mist is fighting hard despite that heavy head-to-head deficit. That was a quick snap. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here. Havoc pulls ahead again, clinging to a narrow 3-2 lead. He is certainly fighting the uphill battle as the underdog here. Unreal, Mist barely scrapes through a brutal exchange, picking him off the ramp to level the series. Havoc bounces back quickly to take a 4-3 lead. He really holds a significant advantage in the long-term rankings. Havoc has dominated this rivalry, winning roughly 69% of their lifetime encounters. So yeah, he's clearly the psychological favorite in this series. It will be tough for Mist to break that pattern of defeat. Both players took some heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to claw out another victory. He is really playing like the 6th ranked guy right now. Absolutely outclassed. He's completely taken over this match with 4 straight rounds. 5 in a row for Havoc, moving into the break with all the momentum. It's a rough stretch, especially coming off that loss to Aster. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's just asserting his will here. This is exactly the kind of opening we expected to see from the top-seeded player in this pairing. Let's see if Mist can reset. Havoc is just ruthless, extending his lead to 10-3. Mist's recent matches have been a real struggle for him lately. Havoc is just too fast, catching him right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's looking completely in control tonight. He's simply on another level right now, moving within 1 round of a victory. A huge stand from Mist, shutting down the momentum and staying completely healthy. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right here. He's refusing to go quietly, grabbing another one to keep the dream alive. It is a stark shift from the expected outcome tonight. What a finale! Havoc closes it out with an effortless shot to seal the victory. That's just another day at the office for the top seed, cruising through his favorite corner of the map. Havoc enters this series with a heavy lead in the head-to-head matchup, winning over 60% of their previous encounters. It is certainly a contrast to see Aster taking the early momentum here. I wonder if that confidence will carry over into the next few rounds. He simply can't find an answer right now, as Aster makes it a clean 3-0 start. He's clearly fighting the rating gap right now. Aster just completely dismantled him off the ramp to stay perfect. A rough start for the higher rated player here. He fights back and secures a narrow victory to get on the board. He's been in great shape today, and that 16-4 record is starting to show. Aster is just dominating, pushing a massive 5-1 lead. A contrasting look compared to their previous meeting. Aster has historically struggled in despairing, with an all-time win rate of just 67% across a much smaller sample of games. I mean, it looks like he's completely flipped the script on his rival today. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find any way to slow this down. Aster is just relentless, extending his lead to 7-2. The underdog is really putting on a clinic right now. Aster makes quick work of him here, catching Havoc right as he stepped onto the ramp. Aster is cruising now, commanding a huge 8-3 lead. He's definitely playing to his rank in this set. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4. It is a shocking start for the favorite, who just can't keep up with the pace. Aster is really making the most of his map advantage here. Time for Havoc to wake up. Havoc is on a roll now, putting up a really strong fight from that ramp position. He's certainly looking more like that top 6 seed now. Aster holds a firm grip on the series at 9-5. That was a quick snapshot to kill the momentum. Aster is still comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-6. His higher rank is finally starting to provide an edge. The reaction times here are just blinding. These encounters are ending almost as soon as they start. Aster keeps the pressure on, leading 10-7. Coming into today, he's been remarkably consistent in the recent forms. Another clean point for the trailing player, showing a lot of heart to keep this climb alive. He's finally starting to put some pressure back on his opponent. What a scrap! Aster barely scrapes through that one, surviving by the skin of his teeth. A clutch recovery to put him right on the edge of victory. Both of them were trading damage rapidly, but he managed to outlast the exchange. He looks a lot more composed than we saw in the early stages. A total shutdown there, leaving the opponent completely outclassed as he reaches match point. Hard to believe we're seeing this side of the matchup today. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Aster closes the door and secures the map victory. He definitely proved his superiority on this specific map today, just completely outclassing the 6th seed. Aster really owns the head-to-head record here with 285 wins over Mist. It makes sense considering the gap in our rating between these two. The question is if Mist can reverse that trend today. He's just far too fast for the other guy right now, putting up a huge lead. A strong response from Mist, who manages to shake off the early pressure. It's a tough spot to be in for the favorite right now. Unbelievable. Mist claws back into this one, barely surviving a frantic exchange to close the gap. What a frantic scramble. He barely manages to survive a chaotic firefight to put himself back in control. He is putting up a real fight, stepping up to close the gap further. The underdog is certainly making things difficult for the higher seed today. Mist has been struggling a bit lately, coming in with an 11-24 record over the last day. That lack of momentum is clearly showing as he tries to keep pace here. I wonder if he has enough in the tank to actually close the gap. A complete wipeout for the favorite as the trailing player asserts himself again. Another quick reflex play as Mist keeps this momentum rolling into the final round of the half. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the switch, and honestly it's a fair result given his 66% win rate on Italy. Mist is hanging in there, but he's struggling to find the consistency needed to flip this script. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Aster is pulling away now, extending his lead to 8-5. He's really asserting himself as the dominant player in this pairing. Aster's comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-5 now. His superiority on the ladder is really starting to show. That was an intense slugfest, but he manages to outlast the opponent and keep his streak alive. Just a complete reflection of their most recent encounter. A total shutdown here, bringing the run to 4 straight for the leader. He's really taking advantage of the gap in their ratings. Mist finds a clean pick from the wine to halt that slide. That's a crucial shift in energy for the lower seeded player. He's showing a lot of fight now, putting together a nice string of rounds to narrow this gap. The gap between them on the ladder feels narrow right now. A completely clean exchange there, putting Aster just a single round away from victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for the trailing player. He's not going down easily, snatching another round to keep himself in the game. He's refusing to just hand this over to the top seed. A sharp reaction from Mist, delivering a fast blow to stay alive in this match. He is simply refusing to let this match slip away, securing another effortless victory. What a finish! Aster seals the deal with that final kill from the wine. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find those final few rounds to seal the upset. What a fight! Havoc has a strong historical lead here, having won 69% of their head-to-head matchups. But the early momentum is definitely shifting. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can sustain this early pressure. Havoc holds the 2-1 edge, but Mist is fighting back. The gap in the ladder really shows in these opening exchanges. Mist is really keeping this series tight, refusing to let the favorite pull away early. A very different story from their last meeting. Mist is really picking up some steam here, extending that lead to 3. Really fighting back after that tough 5-13 loss earlier today. A heavy exchange on the ramp, but he manages to come out on top for another one. A massive shift for the rank 29 player right now. A desperate scrap that went both ways, but he manages to secure the kill. A solid showing from the number 7 seed so far. Havoc has been absolutely dominant in their last 24 hours with a 16-5 record. It's a complete contrast to how things are unfolding in this server. He's clearly the stronger player on paper, but he's just not finding a way to stop Mist right now. We are completely deadlocked at 5 apiece now. His recent form is definitely a worry for Mist, who has struggled lately. Mist really played that angle perfectly, holding the ramp to pull ahead again. The underdog is really putting up a fight for a spot in the top tier. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he is completely defying the odds right now. He is playing some surprisingly clean rifle rounds against a top 10 opponent. Let's see how they adjust. Unbelievable. He manages to claw back into the round and finally knocks Mist off that ramp. He's showing why he's listed so much higher on the ladder. Mist maintains a healthy 2-round cushion here. He's really shaking off that tough start to the day. Mist's momentum is really starting to snowball, and he is putting Havoc in a very difficult spot. Just taking over this match, putting up an impressive 3-round streak to put himself in total control. He is completely ignoring that rating disadvantage right now. He catches the opposition right on the ramp to snap that run. He certainly looks a lot more settled after that tough loss to Aston. He's showing incredible grit. Another quick victory from the ramp to narrow this gap. The early lead is starting to feel a lot less secure. He's really pushing back toward a tie now. That was an effortless exchange to keep things rolling. His recent struggles in the 24-hour window aren't showing here. He puts a perfect shot on Havoc's head, bringing him to the threshold of victory. Simply ruthless efficiency in that encounter. What a performance! Mist shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find an answer for those final rounds. He'll be kicking himself for letting that one slip. Havoc really used that height advantage to his benefit there, grabbing the first one of the match. Havoc dominates this rivalry with a 61% lifetime win rate against Aster. It's interesting because Aster actually took their most recent encounter in a convincing fashion. We'll see if this early lead is just a flash in the pan. Aster is on a roll now, quickly picking him off that box to take the lead. He's really playing like the one in control here. Havoc really capitalized on the ramp position to push his lead back to 3. He is looking sharp after those couple of losses earlier today. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. His recent form is looking much more stable than those last few matches suggest. Aster manages to clear him right off that box to bring this game back to a dead heat. He is really putting that upper half rating to the test. We're completely tied up at 4-all. He's looking dangerous after a strong outing against Mist earlier today. He clears the box yet again, putting the pressure firmly on his opponent. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Aster simply will not stop clearing the ramp and securing his 4th straight victory. His overall map history certainly supports this shift in power. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending the gap to 3 as we head into the final round of the half. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. I mean, he's absolutely defying the pre-match predictions right now. Havoc needs to shake off this slump quickly if he wants to avoid a major upset. Let's see if Havoc answers back. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting down that momentum swing with a totally clean opening duel. The higher seed is finally starting to push back. Aster had the better reaction there, shutting Havoc down from the ramp to regain a bit of breathing room. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, shutting down that ramp play to stay firmly in control. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did in that Mappa series. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as the deficit shrinks to 2. He is finally finding some stability after that rough start. He's just too sharp right now, using the wine box to tear right through Aster's defense. This looks a lot more like the match the analysts expected. Absolutely incredible. He keeps it rolling from the planks to completely level the score. The underdog's grip on this match has completely vanished. He just keeps moving forward, outlasting Aster in a fierce scrap on the ramp to push his run to 4. Aster answers back immediately, tying things up and ending that impressive run. He's really making the most of his recent form. The pace of this game has just shifted. That was an incredibly fast exchange to put Aster back in a strong position. Unreal! Havoc digs deep to survive that trade and denies him right off the ramp to tie the set. That was an incredibly tense sequence for both players. That was a brutal slugfest, and he comes out on top to put himself 1 round away from victory. Aster is proving that his current form is no fluke today. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a quick burst to take the victory. Just absolute chaos from start to finish. To walk away with this one after that back and forth battle is massive. What a fight! Mist starts strong, using that height advantage to secure the first lead. Mist is really putting the pressure on, taking Esther right off that box. The higher rated side is really feeling the heat early on. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely shut out his opponent through the first 3 rounds. Definitely not the result we expected from the higher seed. Esther finally answers back with a clean finish to get his first win on the board. He needs to start stacking these rounds if he wants to live up to the hype. Unbelievable! He hangs on by a thread after a fierce trade from the ramp to keep this series alive. Aster holds a massive lead in their overall head-to-head record. It's a bit ironic considering how Mist has managed to control the map so far. We're seeing the underdog defy those long-term trends right now. What a turnaround! We're all square now as the momentum completely shifts in this match. He clawed through that firefight with a sliver of health left to grab the lead. The confidence is clearly returning to the favorite now. Mist manages to secure the trade, bringing the tally back to an even 5 apiece. He's certainly shaken off the loss from their last meeting. Mist is really dominating the pace now, using that high ground to keep Esther on his heels. He's making it look simple despite the ladder disadvantage. Mist takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's justifying his status as the favorite here. Both players traded identical winning streaks, but Mist has the edge moving into the second half. Time to see how they adjust. Esther is refusing to back down, shutting that door instantly to close the gap. That was a lightning fast response to regain some ground. The resurgence is real. He's just completely wiped out any advantage Mist had. It's wild seeing the favorite put this kind of pressure on. Another effortless round for the trailing player to keep the heat on. He's looking more and more like the superior player today. A sharp response from Mist to bring this back to a deadlock. Mist barely edges ahead again, moving to 9-8. A total shift from the result they saw in their previous encounter. Mist is simply on fire right now, stringing together another impressive win to build a cushion. Aster answers back immediately, keeping himself well within striking distance. That's the level of play we expect from the seed advantage. Both players threw everything at each other in that exchange, but the resilience from Aster keeps this fight completely alive. Absolute chaos in these final rounds to get us back to a deadlock. Aster is completely in control now, clutching that win from the ramp to secure 3 straight. He's looking absolutely sharp in these high-pressure moments. Mist keeps it tight with a clean victory to bring this all the way back to a deadlock. It is a complete toss-up coming into these final frames. He is completely outclassing the field right now, moving himself to the precipice of victory. He's really flipping the script on the pre-match expectations. What a way to keep this series deadlocked. Everything is back on the line for this final showdown. He's simply untouchable right now, shutting down Mist with a perfectly clean finish. He's really stepped up his gear in these final moments. We've hit the absolute limit of overtime, and now we're just seeing who can keep their cool. An incredibly quick exchange to square things up again. Astonishing speed from the challenger, simply erasing his opponent from the server. Both players are just trading blows at this point, neither one able to pull away for good. It's practically a coin flip at this point. What a response! Aster just shut that down completely, putting himself a single round away from victory. Absolute ice in his veins with the set on the line. Mist fights through a brutal exchange to take a huge victory from the box. A gritty finish there, but he holds his ground. Aster just barely manages to keep his lead at 16-15. Aster extends his lead to 17-15 after that round. He's really starting to separate himself here. Mist closes the gap, now trailing by just one. And just like that, Mist forces a dead heat at 17-all. His fight in a massive historical deficit in their head-to-head matchups. Aster edges ahead 18-17 after a clutch performance. We are seeing the higher seed maintain that composure in the late stages. Aster is pulling away now, leading 19-17. He just couldn't find that final gear to stop the bleeding. He really pushed it to the limit today. Tough loss for Mist. Havoc has absolutely crushed this head-to-head matchup with a 69% win rate. It makes total sense that he's starting strong here, especially since he's the clearly higher rated player on the ladder. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on. Mist has snatched a commanding 2-1 lead. Mist is really capitalizing on his confidence from their last series. These two are locked in a real stalemate right now. We've got a dead heat this early on. Havoc takes the lead and now looks unstoppable at 3-2. Mist is playing very smart, using that height on the ramp to keep things balanced. It's a complete flip from the usual result here. Havoc pulls ahead again, now leading 4-3. He's certainly shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Havoc has been incredibly active today with a 16-7 record. It's clear he's trying to push through a tough stretch of games and finally get a win on the board. Now we see if he can turn that persistence into a lead. And we are completely tied up, 5 apiece. The underdog is really putting on a clinic right now. Pure efficiency from Mist, who is now charging toward the break with a 3-round surge. Mist holds a 7-5 edge as we head into the switch. It's a shocking start given how much higher Havoc is rated on the ladder. The underdog is playing flawlessly right now. Havoc needs to find his rhythm now. Mist is just relentless, pushing it to 8-5. He's really struggling to put on a stop to this slide. A total shutdown of the round, showing some serious grit to close that gap. Expectations were high for the veteran to pull through here. Mist is putting a stranglehold on this, leading 9-6. The momentum is shifting away from the higher seeded player. Mist is simply dominating, stepping up to a 10-6 lead. That's a really rapid response to a strong start from the other side. Havoc has a way of tightening up the gap whenever Mist starts to look completely in control. Mist is really pulling away here, making it look easy to put himself in a great spot. A razor-thin margin on that last exchange. These last few rounds have been a complete toss-up, just purely about who clicks first. He's showing incredible grit, refusing to let the game slip away. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. Havoc simply refuses to back down, dragging his opponent right off the ramp to keep this run alive. It feels like the natural order of things is returning. Unbelievable. Both players were trading heavy damage, but E outlasts the exchange to even the score. A precise burst secures the round, putting Mist just a single step away from victory. It's a complete reversal of how these two usually match up. What a finish! Mist closes out the series with a huge final play to secure the win. He really threw everything at him in that final stretch, but the momentum just wouldn't swing back. What a fight! Aster is really coming in with a lot of confidence after that 5-win streak, and honestly, it's surprising to see Havoc struggle this early, given his historic edge in their head-to-head matchups. I wonder if that's starting to weigh on him. Havoc holds a narrow lead as we hit round 4. He's looking much stronger than his previous series of losses. Unreal. He nearly went down, but barely manages to outlast his opponent in that frantic exchange. He's absolutely taking over this match with an incredible 4-round run. A perfect read and an even faster trigger. That's 5 straight for him. What a fight! He nearly falls in that absolute war of attrition, but manages to secure the edge. Emotion Mid-Havoc is currently maintaining a 6-2 lead in this set. It's a strong shift in momentum considering how he's been struggling with 3 straight losses in his recent matches. I'm curious to see if he can maintain this pace before Aster finds an answer. Emotion Mid. Havoc's firmly in control, pushing a dominant 7-3 lead. Pure chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health remaining. Emotion Mid-Havoc is up 8-4 heading into the break. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected him to. He's simply outclassing Aster right now, despite the lower map, win rate. Emotion Mid. Time for a fresh start. Havoc keeps the pressure high, leading 8-5. He is certainly playing a bit above his ranking right now. Havoc really used that high ground on the wine to get back on top here. It's a tough stretch for him, having dropped 3 matches in a row today. Havoc staying ahead, firmly holding a 9-6 cushion. He's really leaning into that 60% win rate over his last 10. That's another quick exchange for Aster, who is showing a ton of resolve as he chips away at the gap. He is refusing to back down. That was a gritty fight, and he's now won 3 straight. It's getting interesting seeing the underdog put up such a fight. Absolute perfection from Aster. He just completely leveled the series. Havoc answers back immediately to put a halt to that run. Both of these competitors are in the upper half of the ladder. Emotion Mid-Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, just cleaning up Aster on that wine ledge. Emotion Mid. He just completely shuts the door from the Tetris, moving within striking distance of the finish. Looking like the heavy favorite once again in this stretch. Aster is showing serious grit here, keeping himself in the game with a quick shutdown. He's proving why he can hang with the top seed today. Absolutely effortless, Havoc closes out the match with a perfect final blow to secure the victory. Aster really fought back from that early hole, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Esther has managed to win 69% of their head-to-head meetings historically. That's a massive gap, but we saw Mist come out on top in 4 of their last 5 matchups. It will be interesting to see if those recent results outweigh the all-time stats. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated competitor is certainly showing the gap right now. We're completely deadlocked now, and the pace of these early rounds has been lightning fast. The underdog is playing with a lot of confidence right now. Mist has clawed back to hold a slender 3-2 lead. Hard to believe, given the gap in their overall ratings. We're all tied up at 3 apiece now. He's definitely coming into this battle with more momentum lately. Aster is really starting to find his feet now, picking up a quick succession of rounds. And just like that, we're back to square one. He's certainly proving that his rank is no barrier here. Mist keeps the edge with a 5-4 advantage. He's really proven his worth today, despite the lower rating. Another incredibly clean reaction from Mist, who is now fully in the driver's seat. A complete reversal from the outcome of their last meeting. He's just completely untouchable right now, claiming another one before we hit the midway point. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This is exactly how the pre-match read looked. He's just capitalizing on every opening to keep this momentum going. Esther needs to wake up now. Mist has managed to move the needle with a positive record over the last few hours. It's just shocking to see him push this far when Esther usually holds such a strong advantage in their history. He's really putting the pressure on now. Mist is absolutely dominating a 10-5 lead. He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder. The grip on this series is tightening, and it feels like every time Esther tries to pivot, Mist shuts him down. Both of them traded heavy damage in a frantic exchange, but he walked away with the win. Aster manages to scrap one back to keep his hopes alive. Still a steep hill to climb for the favored player. A huge moment of resilience from Aster to keep the game going. He's finally getting some air in this series. Absolute perfection from Aster. Again, he's really putting the pressure on right as Mist reaches match point. Unbelievable survival by Aster, digging deep for the 4th straight round after nearly being wiped out. What a run! He's now taken 5 straight to put his opponent on high alert. The shift in pressure is palpable now. Boom! Mist shuts the door with an effortless finish to close out the series. Honestly, he just refused to back down today. That late surge from Aster almost flipped the script, but he couldn't quite find the closing blow. What a fight! Havoc has historically dominated this matchup with a 69% win rate. It's impressive how he maintains that psychological edge regardless of the server. I'm curious to see if Mist can actually keep pace here after his win in their last meeting. Havoc is putting on the pressure at 2-1. He's clearly fighting against the odds as the lower rated player here. The speed of these exchanges is wild. We're seeing rounds end in barely a second. Havoc is just cruising now, leading 4-1. Mist has had a rough stretch today, going 10 and 25. A sharp response from Mist to keep himself in the game. He's definitely not playing like the underdog right now. Absolutely ruthless. That's another one for Mist as he continues to chip away at the lead. Havoc has been in fantastic form today, putting up a 17-8 record. You know, it's really helping him reclaim control of the pace after those last two rounds. Now it's a matter of whether he can keep that momentum going. Havoc extends his lead to 6-3 with ease. It's a total reversal from their previous fight on Orange. He's just untouchable right now, taking a huge chunk out of the deficit. The gap between 9th and 27th on the ladder is showing here. He drags his opponent off the ramp to keep this surge moving toward the mid-game break. That's an incredibly heavy lead to overcome. Havoc takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected things to unfold. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly and has a strong grip on the match right now. Time for the side swap. Havoc is holding firm with an 8-5 advantage. A clean transition into a 2-round streak. Havoc secures the ramp and manages to kill the momentum Mist was building up. He's definitely showing a stronger level of play than we saw on Orange. Havoc stays in the driver's seat at 9-6. A lightning fast exchange there to claw back another point. What a chaotic exchange! He barely manages to survive that firefight to keep the lead at 10-6. A tough battle for ground there, but Mist managed to outlast him on the ramp. Still fighting to close that gap between the two of them. A huge response here as Mist secures another one from the ramp, refusing to go away. Mist is really digging deep to pull this back toward a tie. Havoc just needed a quick reset to put a stop to that mini run from Mist. That was effortless. He's now just a single round away from taking this match. The gap between their seeds is really showing this series. Mist finds his mark and manages to stop that bleeding on the verge of closure. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against a higher rated opponent. He's simply not giving up, clawing back another round to keep the dream alive. Both players are just trading blows now. What a conclusion! Havoc seals the deal with a perfect final shot to secure the win. Mist really made him sweat for it in the end. But that top 10 skill eventually took over. He fought hard, tough loss for Mist. Havoc takes the early lead by holding that ramp angle and striking first. Havoc really has Aster's number historically, holding a 70-45 head-to-head lead. The problem is that Aster has been the one fighting back more in their recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues. Havoc doesn't care where you're hiding, catching Aster right as he pushed up the ramp. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. Unreal. He barely clings to life in that exchange, digging deep to secure another win. He dominates from the planks, putting the pressure back on with another win. He's looking every bit the rank 9 player right now. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another easy kill from the wine box. Just another chapter in a tough series for Aster. Aster shows plenty of fight, digging in to secure another round. A quick reminder that the underdog can definitely trade blows here. Aster tried to challenge for that ramp, but he just wasn't fast enough this time. Aster stays aggressive, effortlessly picking him off the planks to keep this comeback alive. Clean fight, no room for error there. He's putting up a serious fight, closing the gap to just one round. The momentum is shifting completely in this sequence. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, and this is exactly what we're seeing. It'll be a toss-up now that they swap sides. Fresh slate for both of them. Havoc shuts things down quickly, picking Aster right off the window to take a narrow lead. A clutch moment for him, given the 18-8 run he's on today. Aster typically holds a much higher success rate on this map, which makes this current deficit feel even more frustrating. It's becoming clear that he's just not finding the same efficiency as Havoc today. We have to wonder if that gap in form will ever close. Absolutely effortless! He's completely taken over the map now, putting a huge gap between himself and the competition. Aster manages to pick him off the ramp, putting a small dent in that run. Hard-fought point for Aster, who's normally the stronger presence on this particular map. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another point from the ramp to stay in this. The momentum is swinging back in his favor. He just won't go away. Aster wipes him off the ramp to keep the pressure climbing. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit and we are back to a deadlock. Quite a turnaround from how things looked at the start. He's completely stepped up to meet the challenge here. He puts a stop to that run, claiming the victory from the ramp. He is really starting to fight back against those tougher odds. What a display of grit! Aster shuts him down and is now just one round away from victory. The tension is palpable right now. Absolute chaos in the exchange, but he cleans things up to force a tie. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this deadlock. Aster is showing incredible heart, simply erasing Havoc off the ramp to extend his lead. He's certainly playing as the underdog today. What a survival! He barely scrapes through that exchange to take down the lead from the ramp. A genuine nail-biter of a duel. A very quick exchange that keeps this series incredibly tight. Havoc really looks like he's in prime form today. We've officially entered the deepest waters possible with this series. Neither one is backing down. He's definitely proven why he's the higher seed today. What a recovery! Aster stays cool under pressure to bring himself to the threshold of victory. Aster really just refused to let that lead slip away. Havoc secures a huge point and clears the window to move within striking distance of the victory. Aster is just a single point away from glory. Aster holds a slim 2-round lead as we enter 32. He's just refusing to let the pressure get to him. Aster is sitting pretty with an 18-15 cushion. Total role reversal from how this series looked at the start. Aster keeps a 2-round cushion at 18-16. He's definitely not letting his lower ranking get in the way. Aster holds a razor thin edge as we hit round 35. He's clearly found a way to disrupt those rhythms. A complete deadlock at 18-18 as we start round 36. A sudden surge of energy from the veteran. Havoc claws back into the lead at 19-18. Total parity again as they deadlock at 19 apiece. Aster now holds a single round advantage. Absolute precision on that last shot. It's a total reversal of how this whole game began. Aster's currently leading 21-19 as we hit round 40. He's truly making the most of this opportunity. Aster is staring down a massive 22-19 advantage. He really leaned on that map advantage to shut things down. Havoc fought like a beast, but he just couldn't close it out. Hard fought win. Aster holds a massive advantage in their long-term head-to-head, having won about 69% of their encounters. You know, it's a significant gap that usually defines this pairing. We'll see if Mist can flip the script after that early mistake. Aster is just rolling right now, sitting pretty at 2-0. It's looking like the rating gap is playing a role early. Mist clawed back one, but Aster still leads 2-1. That victory gives him a nice little cushion from the odds. Esther is just finding his range, securing a commanding lead early on. He really looks sharp coming off that deep run against Havoc. Esther is putting on a clinic with a 4-1 lead. He's really proving that rating gap right now. He's practically untouchable right now, quickly extending his grip on this match. A really strong showing from the favorite so far. Total control from Aster, who just stepped up his game to take another one. A rough 24 hours so far for the lower ranked player. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another victory to keep the pressure on. He's definitely showing that rating difference today. Aster shuts that door completely, making it a huge 6-round run. He's really cementing his place as the top seed here. Absolutely crushing it now. His momentum is simply unstoppable. Mist is really feeling the pressure after that tough outing against Havoc. He just won't let up, picking up another round to push his lead to 10. Aster takes a heavy 11-1 lead into the break. Honestly, Mist looked completely lost out there. We expected a closer fight, but Aster is just playing his way to a quick victory. Time to shake it off. A completely effortless finish, and Aster is now just a single round away from victory. Everything about this sequence suggests a total blowout. And there it is. Aster closes out the game with a clean final shot to secure the win. A complete disaster for Mist, who just couldn't find any answers for that pace today. Havoc has a massive historical advantage here, having won nearly 70% of their career encounters. It's a huge psychological edge that seems to be playing out in real time. I wonder if Mist can find any answer to that pressure. Mist is suddenly in total control with a 2-1 lead. He's just completely taking over this early stretch. His rank is much lower, but he's simply not missing. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving his lead up to 4 straight. Total turnaround from that Mapaz game they just played. A brutal scrap of a round, but he manages to claw out another victory. He's really making a statement, despite the lower rating. Havoc finally finds an opening to secure his third of the match. That top 9 seed can't afford to drop any more. Mist is really capitalizing on this run, considering he struggled with a 10-25 record over the last day. It looks like he's finally shaking off those losses. If he can maintain this, he'll completely flip the script on the favorite. Mist stays dominant, pushing his lead to 7-3. Havoc is starting to claw back into this, and those last 2 rounds were over in a heartbeat. We're heading into the break with Mist up 7-5. It's a surprising start given how much better Havoc is ranked. The underdog is clearly punching up right now, but he'll need to stay sharp to close this out. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Mist is really holding his ground at 8-5. He's proven that the rating difference doesn't mean much tonight. That was a lightning fast response, keeping the pressure high as he fights to close the gap. He's refusing to go away, keeping the momentum swing moving in his favor. We're seeing the top seed finally exert some control. Mist just barely keeps a 2-round cushion. He's certainly making a case for himself tonight. Mist is still comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's really proving how dangerous he can be despite a low seed. A flawless reaction from Havoc, securing another victory in a heartbeat. Mist is just refusing to let Havoc get any momentum back. His recent form is barely a factor tonight. A crisp response to put him back on top and move within a single round of victory. The underdog's confidence is through the roof. He just needed that 1 round, and he gets it, keeping the match alive. He's certainly fighting to prove that top seed status. Unreal. He closes the door with a lightning fast shot to claim the victory. He's just completely flipped the script on that head-to-head record. Truly a shocking result for the favorite to drop this one. Havoc reacts fast and puts the pressure on Aster right out of the gate. Aster has usually struggled against this opponent, though he's now taking control of the server. It's interesting because Havoc generally holds a strong lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. We'll see if the favorite can pivot and regain his composure. We've got a dead heat now with both sitting at 2. He's really starting to shake off the rust from that fast aim loss. Havoc is really starting to leverage that head-to-head advantage here, keeping a narrow lead in the early game. Unbelievable. Aster claws back to make it 3-all. The 22-19 result from their last meeting is clearly still fresh. What a fight! Aster barely survives this exchange on the ramp to take the lead. He's really playing like the aggressor today. He digs in on the ramp to secure another win, extending this hot streak. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Havoc shuts things down from the ramp to stop that momentum in its tracks. He is playing against a tough 23-12 day for the opponent. Absolute deadlock as we head into the next round. That's a huge shift considering how Aster has played recently. He's simply too sharp right now, cleaning up another round from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, it's a very balanced start to this match. Havoc is holding his own despite Aster's strong recent form, so the favorite is exactly where we expected him to be. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc puts himself back in the driver's seat, taking Aster down from the ramp to secure a 2-round lead. He's certainly not letting that recent loss to Mist get in his head. Havoc is just too quick today, securing that victory from the ramp to push his lead further. He's certainly looking like the top seed right now. Aster reads him perfectly and shuts him down on that ramp to keep things incredibly tight. Aster is putting on a clinic right now, taking another round and shifting the momentum in his favor. He's really leaning into that higher lifetime win rate right now. Havoc edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 17. He's really capitalizing on the 18-10 run he's had today. Havoc has a staggering 70-46 lifetime lead over Aster. Well, that historical dominance seems to be outweighing Aster's typically stronger form on this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the pressure catches up. He's refusing to go away, shutting down that lead with a completely untouched exchange. He's showing plenty of grit to keep this contest alive. A completely one-sided exchange puts Havoc just a single round away from victory. Pure control from the top-seeded player, at least for now. Game over! Havoc closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really knows how to get in the head of his opponent, proving that head-to-head record is there for a reason. Esther holds a massive historical advantage, having won 69% of their career encounters. It's clear the pressure is on Mist to prove that the head-to-head data is outdated. We'll see if he can actually bridge that gap today. Aster secures another victory from the ramp, completely taking over the early stages of this match. The rating gap is really showing its face in this start. Mist digs in and manages to drag him off that ramp to get back in the game. It gives him some much needed confidence coming into the mid-game. Aster's comfortably in control with a commanding 4-1 lead. The favored player is simply too consistent right now. Aster is just relentlessly cruising now, leading 5-1. He's definitely putting that higher ranking to good use today. He secures another victory from the ramp, quickly regaining the momentum. A quick reaction from Mist to shut that down. He's definitely fighting through some tough recent form. Aster has stayed remarkably sharp today, especially considering he's already pushed his total wins to 23 in the last day. It's clearly keeping him in a strong flow state. I wonder if Mist has any answers left to pull this back. He's simply too fast for Mist, extending the lead to 9 before they head into the break. Aster takes a huge lead going into the break at 9-3. Honestly, Mist looks completely lost out there despite being the pick to win. He needs a total reset if he wants to salvage this match. Time to see some fight from Mist. Wow, a total slugfest that barely went his way, clutching it by a hair. That was a nail-biter. Just a few pixels of health left. Aster is just too sharp from that elevated spot, really shutting the door on any hopes of a comeback. Mist is refusing to go down quietly, continuing to put up a fight despite the deficit. An absolute shredding of the opposition, leaving Aster just a single round away from victory. A sharp burst from Mist keeps the game going for now. It's just a glimpse of what the underdog can do. He's really fighting to keep this alive, barely taking any damage while securing another round. He's on fire now. That's 3 straight for Mist to force the tension even higher. He's definitely making the higher seeded player sweat right now. Unbelievable. He survives that absolute chaos to secure the map victory. He just had too much experience on this map to let it slip away, completely cementing that top tier status. Mist is starting strong here, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to take the high ground. Havoc really owns the head-to-head record with nearly 600 wins over Mist. He's definitely the favorite on paper, but the two players are essentially equal in terms of their map success. It will be interesting to see if that historical gap starts to widen here. Mist is cruising right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Rough start for the higher rated player. Havoc manages to outpeak him while Mist is holding the ramp, keeping things very close. Havoc is quickly erasing that early deficit. He's looking incredibly sharp from the ramp today. The tide has completely turned as he claims another round, taking the lead. Mist is definitely feeling the weight of that tough 10-25 stretch today. Keeping the momentum firmly on his side. The gapping skill we see on the ladder is definitely showing. We're going to take a quick timeout, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back.